How's it going, everyone? Alex here with the next episode of our TerraFarmers live stream. Um, yeah, it's been quite a journey so far. A couple weeks of game development in, and a couple weeks of real life time. We're getting into our second full week of development. All of our development, I would say 98% of our development actually, is all done on stream. There's a couple things I do sometimes when I'm off stream, tinkering here and there. So let's roll into the live stream. So when we let off in our last stream, we had developed a system to have tools that don't add a number value for their quantity. These there are unstackable, and therefore there can only be one in that slot at the moment. At the moment, it's broken. Technically speaking, it's just a singular item. It is stackable, but we're gonna make it so it's not. One of the things I want to work on today is adding some UI elements, and just polishing up some of the game feel. All right. And then start actually playing our game. We're getting close to some basics. It may help to start adding a day and night system as well. I feel like that would be pretty easy to do. Have a black overlay and then just kind of gradually adjust its color value to a day and night, and then each tick would then set like a timer. So we need some way to track the day and night cycle. One of the things I want to pull up is like all right, let's go to our art program here and let's start working on some UI elements. So we're gonna need a 3x3 square to do this to make it infinitely tileable. So we're gonna start with the edges here. We're going to turn this back to square because we're doing UI element design. I'm going to kind of play around here a little bit and we'll see what sticks. Kind of wanted to make like a trapezoid style corner. Maybe like that. And we put that there. And we take both of these and put them here. And then Control Shift F to flip it vertical. Yeah. And then from there, maybe we can do something like this. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. Okay. This one's not even. Oh, wait. Was I doing threes? One, two. Huh. All right. Now let's tinker with this a little bit. We want this to be gray. Like it's metal. Tubing or some sort. Let's tinker with this. All right. Looks kind of funny currently, but I think that we can tune this up a little bit, especially if we consider bringing in our design. I think that this is now far too big. This corner piece. So what we need to do is bring in this here a little bit. And then I think we can go back and add our corner. I come back like that maybe. I think that does look better. Let's get rid of these. Oh, dang. I guess for now we're just going to delete all that and then take this in the middle, control flip. Boop. All right. Now, we lighten up the top. Maybe even we'll start with 1. We'll do the insides. And then the top layer on this one as well. Now we're going to take a darker gray, go around the outside. We're going to go in and take that light blue that we had. We're going to make another layer. And we're going to select this space in here. Go to that layer and put it in there. And then we're going to go into this. We're going to drop the opacity down to like 150. 150. I want to take this color now and add in some UI elements that kind of tie it all in together. And this will be just like a solid line. I think I'll probably end up drawing this not in we'll go back up to this one and maybe we'll put it here. And we need to definitely lighten that color up, make it pop more. We need a very bright color here. Something like this. And then we'll go back and take this color. Delete that one and re-add this one. All right, so this one should be much brighter. Even then, doesn't really feel quite as bright as I'd like it to. And I think what my problem here is that this blue back here well, part of it is that we don't have like a background to see it on, right? So one of the first things we need to do is add some definition to this. Let's see here. Definitely add in some like darker tones underneath it. Okay, let's hide that one. So we make sure we do our shadows right. And then we'll add. Hey, what's up, Riley? How you doing? Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you again. Yeah, doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. We're just working on some UI elements today. And among other things, I suppose. But my morning's going pretty well. Had a good start to it. We got any plans the rest of the day, Riley? Alright, let's take a look at this. Not sure how I feel about it. Hey, sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes it'd be like that. That makes sense, because you're in the UK, yeah, right. Gotcha. I'm gonna work on this piece here real quick. Let's add some design to it. I kind of want like a... Let's make it look like there's like a rivet here, something like that. Let's clean it up a little bit. No, I'm designing... Well, so this will be the menu, like the scalable HUD. So, let me show you this. In the end, we'll be able to do something like this. I'm not sure which one this is. Let's see. Right, we'll be able to scale infinitely. So right now we're just working on that format. I'm just trying to figure out design-wise how I want to make this look a bit more... I guess just a bit more. I don't know what yet I'm looking for. I think what I want is for this guy to come over more. And it to be designed a little bit more like... I guess to have just a little bit more corner, maybe. Maybe this piece kind of comes up a little bit, and we move this down. Get rid of that. Maybe move this whole piece kind of up a little bit, like down here. All right, no problem, Riley. I'm going to save this corner just in case I mess this up. What? What? I'm not sure what happened there. Come on. There we are. All right. This needs to be changed because we're looking at it like this because of lighting, right? And we want to do something like bring it in by 2, by 3 on these long ones. Should we do 4 on these ones? Actually, on these, I want to go all the way down. Except for where we add in the shading. Welcome back. And I think what we can do is, like, even add, like... Alright. Let's see here. Now let's take this off and redesign. Now that we've got a little bit of a difference, so rather than doing these big chunky corners, we've got more framing going on in here. And I think that'll be important in our design element overall. But now we need to make it look a little bit more alive, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, we're trying to make the menu stand out a little bit. Make the edges pop. Make sure we get the... We want it to be nice and subtle, but not, like, too bright. We don't want to distract the player with the menu. There we go. See, now it looks used, like it's in use, I suppose. Let's try to add like an element over here where we can add like a really dark color to make it look kind of like a rivet. And then if we wanted to, we could take this color, brighten it a little bit. Do something like that. Gives it just a little bit of highlight, but not too much, like this. And then we can add this, because there would be a bit of highlight. That's so bright. Let's dim it down just a little bit for the inside. I don't want to see... There we go. I think that looks better. Exactly. Yeah. And we can kind of add... There should be a bit of a crease kind of here, because of the way that metal would bend. If we bring this in and up and shrink down our situation here a little bit, now I think we're talking. Kind of looks like a bird skull. That's kind of weird. Let's see here. I need some shading. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take this color. Well, I almost didn't even see it. It's like the same color as the... That's nuts. Alright, let's bring that back one. Whoa, where'd it go? Put that there. Put you there. And this one's too bright. We need an in-between on this one. So add this color again, and then do a slight lightness upgrade. And that's going to be what that color now is. All the way through. And then we can take that darker color that we had and sort of add in. This needs to go all the way across the top, except for maybe like a little bit. And then this one's dark anyway, so we don't need to change anything there. There we go. So now we can take this corner and this piece and move it over here. Dang it. What am I doing? Why'd I do that? It's not even the right piece anymore. We need to get rid of that and move this guy to it. Yeah, see? We like rearranged. Oh, what am I doing? I'm making it harder for myself. I think we're just gonna now redesign this whole piece. Alright, so now re-enabling our HUD here. We're gonna put him back in, delete that. It's just the way it's gonna look for now. Copy, paste, flip, copy this, invert it. Now we can reconnect. All right. It's a much better menu. Holder. Now we just need to go back in and do what I had said before and re-highlight these. And then now go back in with that darker color. I don't really want that dark of a black, but I want to add one more depth to that gray, or maybe even two. We just have a much darker edge on the spots where the black is darker, or the like border edge. And now we can do that technique where I kind of like it when it's like just one away, maybe two. On these, I think they need to be... It kind of looks better when it's a little bit longer, doesn't it? Okay, we'll go back in and delete these. Now that we've made the modifications we need to this. And flip it. Okay. Now comes the screen. So this would be what's on the inside. And I think I want... Whoa! Getting a little excited there. I'm going to switch back over and do something like this. And honestly, I think it could even be darker. There we go. And now we're going to take a little bit of shading underneath. Oh, that's looking cool. Let's see. Have I gone too far? Hey, what's up, Neptep? How you doing? Welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for joining us today. How you doing? And that's just kind of the way it goes, man. I mean, you know, a lot of the time it's just tinkering, 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 especially in pixel art. Seeing what works, what doesn't work. I'm gonna add some shading up here. Why is that happening? There we go. I just don't like how dark that shading is compared to the rest of the screen. And if it's truly supposed to be transparent. So now, what'll happen is as we build, let's see. Let's take this out, move it to another area. Okay, yeah, see? So now, we'll add that, maybe we'll add something really bright. That won't work. Hold on. That won't work. It needs to be like this. I'll show you why in a second, if you guys didn't already figure out why. So now we kind of have the inner makings of what could be potentially a button, but let me show you this. The color is just slightly off. I think this one will be a better color. I could be wrong though. All right. Let's see here. I want to copy this, paste it here, and then I'll show you now. We can stretch this infinitely to fit whatever menu size we need to fit. We can make this extra long. Add the bottom. Right? So that's our new menu. However, now that we're this big, we kind of need framing. So now once we make a menu that has a center of 3, so let's move this. Make sure it's nice and even, as it should be. Boom. We're going to move this guy over so we can take up a little bit more space. So now in our UI elements, when we... yeah, this would be perfect. Okay. So now, as we build bigger frames, we need to make sure that... hello. There we go. We need to make sure that there is some sort of like tab at the top. So that way we can label it, maybe. Thinking out loud. And maintain the same sort of some of the design elements that we had previously. I'm not sure what size we're gonna do yet. Let me draw on another layer. So that way I can kind of move this thing around. Make sure we count properly. We're gonna do it in a different color. Do it in orange. It's a progress, man. It definitely takes time. I'll tell you that. I want to continue that trapezoid shape. So we're going to go all the way across, and then we're going to go halfway through the next one, and then go 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This needs to go one more. Okay, and then we can continue that shape. And then we want to round out the shape. This is going to kind of look like that. We can just flip this so we don't have to draw it again. And then we'll go down one. So it kind of leans over. And then we know that there's going to be a rivet here and a rivet here. If this was real. A real object. And then the rivet would have like this going on. Maybe it goes around it. Let's see. Unless we did a circular format on these rivets. I could change this to match that style. The circle ones aren't going to work for how small our UI element is. Okay. So now that we have the basic shading, we could then decide to add some elements. So maybe there's like a... Maybe on this side, or on both sides, we have like tubes. Because it's technology, you know? Maybe there's some sort of like... Cables kind of bend funny. I don't know about you, but every time, like when you have a stiff cable, they kind of bend more tubey. Let's move this in a little bit. See? So we can have that. And then we can just copy this. Paste it. Flip it. Move it back. I feel like these cables should be closer together. Oh, no, it won't be orange. Don't worry about it. No, it won't be orange. We're going to match it to the steel. But when you're drawing in pixel art, it helps to build something that has contrast. Or something as you're adding, because like right now this is a different layer. This lets me see what I'm going to add. And then all I do is I color match the color tones to make sure that my shading is right and everything else. This way you can kind of pre-see it before you turn it into whatever you're turning it into. Like you can see the colors building, see? And that way I can color test and visually kind of see what I'm doing. I find it distracting when I'm trying to build something and it's all the same color, because then I like every pixel matters when you're doing pixel art at this scale. And I want to make sure that my art is translating visually before I do anything crazy. So let's move this cable in. We're going to do that with everything. kind of move it a little bit. Maybe we can get rid of that. Yeah. Exactly. And now we know that we do kind of need, I think shading is important right here and here. I'm trying to see what side of cables I like more. Because, like, I could build some sort of, like, plug, maybe, at the end of each of these. To give it, like, a little bit more life as it plugs in. But at this pixel scale, does that translate well? That's the question, you know? So it's like, what if I move those in? I guess let's see what happens here. Let's get rid of these. Well, let's start bringing it to life a little bit here. So, I know that we're going to have some highlights. Across the top and across the edges. And then we're going to have that low dark color here. We're going to take over. Let's see. Delete some of that. Let's go here. That's what I'm talking about. Now we've got the issue where we can't see it. Let's see here. I think I'm overly complicating this by trying to add. Let's go backwards a bit. Let me undo some stuff. We're going to get rid of the cables for now and focus on making this button first. And we're just going to continuous. There we go. We don't want that. We do, however, want this. And then we're going to take that darker color, fill this in. For now, this is visually distracting to me. I feel like this needs to come down and be more involved in this button thing that we're building here. There we go. Looks a little bit more rounded. I kind of want to increase this a little bit because we're seeing more of it. Maybe something like that. That looks like trash. Well, again, we're just sort of iterating over top of what we already have. I need to find some font to work with. I'm not making my own font. That is much too difficult. And then, I feel like, right, because we're just kind of trying to design something that just aesthetically sort of matches. We're trying to... Hello? Is it off center? No, I'm just dumb. Okay, we're gonna maybe make this more rounded because it's more like a steel button. So now we can delete that, copy this, flip it, and now we can delete that extra and then come back in real quick with that shading. Get deselect, please. Take this. Something is not right here. I see. Fixed it. Yeah. Alright. Now we go back in. We add that shader that we were looking for before. And then darken up the bottom. There, and now we have like tabs. It's not great. I mean, there's more work to be done. And then what we can do for rivets is treat them more like pluses. And then we can darken up that one spot in the middle. And simply speaking, there it is. Now we can go in and add those a little bit of highlights to where they need to be. Maybe here. No. Those are too bright. I could add another color for these rivets to make them more advanced later on, but that's effectively all we need to do. And so now we have a rudimentary menu. We're going to shrink this down one so that it fits. We don't want it to stretch beyond these squares. And that gives us an opportunity then to rebuild tubing or whatever we wanted, you know. Which gives us, like, that's where these extra squares would come into play. But I don't want to do anything there yet. So now we've got effectively, we could go back into our inventory now. Hello. And we could do inventory squares like that. Let's see how that works. It only works. Hello. Can I get that, please? Game? Or program? Thank you. Thank you, program. You're so nice. So nice! Let me select things that I don't want to select. We're done. Why is that a folder now? No. Okay. Alright. It's very visually distracting. I guess the next, I mean, that would mean that we need to darken that, but that just seems not right. I feel like that's even more distracting. Yeah, I agree. It's a little better. I'm wondering though if like we do this insanely bright, uh, and then that's almost no difference at all, isn't there? Okay, between these two, let's darken that one shade. Do that there. Do that there, and then we extract this. And this. Extract it. New layer. Let's mess with the transparency again. At this rate, I feel like we need to not do that for the blue that's already transparent. So we're just going to grab this stuff, move it to one more layer above it. Where'd it go? There it is. That was an accident, but I kind of... And then we can come in with that deeper shade and just do it underneath this part. Or maybe up to here. It might be too much now. Sometimes less is more. Feels like a button now, which I'm not necessarily against. That definitely looks like a button. Well, I may have accidentally just made my button. That's so funny. It's hard to tell what I'm doing right now because the bottom layer. There we go. Turn that off for a second so you guys can see what I'm doing. There we go. I feel like we should go up to there. So we can do the button like this. And we're going to move that up top. And then we can do another button like this. And then we just take the inside and this layer out here. All of that. And then we just move it to there. Delete the extra. And remove this down to there. And now we have a pressed animation. There we go. Wait, why is that? I'm sorry. Why is that happening? We're going to move this in both directions. Move this guy in one direction. There we go. Off center. It was off center. It was driving me nuts. And then we need to remove this. Fix that. And add it this. And when we do that, we can just bring this up. Because there wouldn't be... I mean, we could maybe scale it down to 1. Just to keep the button having a little bit more depth. But we want to kind of... I think what I'm going to do to make it seem even more pressed is increase the rounding of that shadow a little bit. So like it's... There we go. And then bring this down because we don't need that outside shading to be so big. Boom. We have a button. That was completely accidental, but we have a button. That could be important later. I'm not sure what we're going to do with that UI element yet, but there's a button. Button. Let's see here. What is this? Nothing. What is this? Need that. Don't want that. The button layer. Boop. Nice. Let me know how that works for you. Okay, that actually stands out really well on this. Wait, what happened? What the heck happened here? Oh, okay. I really don't understand what's going on here. Who did this? What monkey decided that this was a good idea? Alright? Work with animals. This is insane. That's why I was messed up. Alright. Alright, we're just going to remove all of this nonsense and redesign the shading and the background later to make sure that our screen looks right. But for now, we want to make sure that these buttons pop well enough. Oh. You're saying, like, making... yeah, I'm not sure. We want to make uniformity as well, you know? The thing is that we can end up scaling this because it's 32 by 32 down. And, like, okay, right here, it looks bad. Basically, it could look kind of like a slime ball. But one of the things that we can end up doing in our game is scaling it manually through the through our engine. And what that allow us to do is come on brain, you can do it. We can shrink it down, scale it down, so that way the buttons fit more appropriately into like one square. Give it a nice little design. But let's see here. We're going to blend our two UI layers. We're just going to rename this to UI. What is this? Oh, this is important too. We're going to merge that downward with our UI layer and rename this to UI. We're going to hide the rest of our layer. 150, good lord. Main tile set. Background. All right. We're going to remove that. All the shading will be redone in the next part. I don't really like the way that looks right now. It's because I need like... There we go. That one is not nearly dark enough. There. There we are. Let me take this one and do that. We want to take that dark. Do it like this. Wait a minute. I just realized that these are not in the right direction. There we go. That was bothering me. I was like, there's something visually wrong with this, and I cannot figure it out. Got it. We did it. All right. Honestly, I really just don't like the way that looks. It's too far. That looks a little bit better. There we go. Okay. That's a really bright button. That's all right. Now that should only take up one square. Beautiful. All right. Gonna kind of refine those edges, make sure that everything's in the same color. Beautiful. Beautiful. There we go. It's we actually just want to do it like that. There we go. And then do this as a dark right here. And then this light piece we want to fix. That needs to be like this, I think. Hmm. Oh, it's not actually going, I see. Take this hex. Put it in here. Oh, I did accidentally change that color. Dang it. Ugh. Kills me when I do this. I need more... Hold on. I need more space. I need more color space. Oh! Don't do that. Just add more height. There we go. Let's start rearranging my color palette. It's starting to interfere with itself. Goodness. Stop it. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. We've got like an idea going on here. I think I'd like to try and darken all of the undersides of my buttons to be black. And then we're going to remove the highlighted outside. Make sure that we're doing this the right way. I wonder what happened there. Same here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Don't need that at all, actually. Oh, come on, game. Every time I see these buttons, I feel like they need to be denser on the bottom. And then maybe we'll bring it up like that. Or straight to the same. Maybe it doesn't need anything. Damn it. Rah! Did it on the wrong layer. Alright, now let's move this. And fill this back in. Oh my goodness. What is going on? There we go. Back to here. Yeah, rotate what goes where. There we go. And then we'll build the pushed versions right above it. And for pushed, we're going to lower it. Lower. Basically, we're getting rid of that. And then we just lower our button down into that position. Now, if we wanted to, we could add a little bit, and I think that maybe we will. I feel like it adds a little something to the button. So instead, we're just going to grab all this. Control T, move it down one. Why is this button smaller than this button? What I want to know. What happened here? For one, we're not even center. I know why. We're going to replace this one. And it had to do with the way I grabbed all of this. So we're just going to grab it like this. And we're going to shrink it down one. Now they should share the same. There we go. And we need to recenter these. And I think the cool thing is we can go back and grab this button, move it back out, which we should have done in the beginning, and made just like a default button. We'll do it for each. Oh, no, like this. There's normally like a yellow button, is there? And blue, I think is the last button. But it's normally like a blue. So let's lighten it up. Dang it. Shoot. I can't get that back. Maybe I can do it backwards where I go backwards in the lightness. Shit. I'll have to grab that color later. Damn it. There we go. Now we have like controller buttons. This green is not really as green as I would expect a green button to be. Kind of expect the green button to be a bit more green. Like that. No, we'll keep it in the same color palette. Alright, so now we've got buttons. Small buttons. Gigantic buttons. Honestly, I don't even know that we need those big of a buttons anymore. I really got to get these into like their own. Gotta quit messing around here. Alright. Now we've got our buttons. Let's move these over here. Make sure I put them in the right spot. There we go. And I think what we're going to do is, we're just going to erase those and start over there. It's a bit more balanced, I think. The problem is that there's no center, no true center. It's 2. So we have to, like... I'm wondering if it's better to do a check mark. Oh! I appreciate the nail the straight. Uh-huh. NTSFL. Hello. Thank you for the follow. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, followers? Yeah. Well, that's because I've only been streaming for or only been on YouTube for 2 weeks. Not even 2 weeks. This is what, day 11? I get the sentiment, though. Alright. So, yeah, I think that menu is going to look so much better than this. So, let's finish making those inventory cubes. We're going to do the same sort of thing that we just did here. We're going to take one, build, let's see here. New inventory cubes. No, so you're 11? No, your birthday is 3 days away from mine. Or mine's 3 days before yours. So you just recently turned 11? Okay, continuous, please. There we go. Oh, I see. That's cool. I'm glad to see you guys here. Your birthday's in March. Are you going to be 15 soon, Riley? That's awesome. Oh, I don't know about that. You can never know too much. That's how I was when I was your age. My mom started in computers in the 80s. That's good. How to make a programming language? I'm not sure that you understand that part. Let's see here. Inventory squares. Inventory, inventory, inventory. Hey, what's up, Moneypedia? Currently I don't have any channels. I don't use Unity. I use GDevelop. I do know a little bit about it. But we will be doing tutorials on some things later on. Currently, though, I don't work in Unity. Personally, I don't want to develop a game in Unity. If I was going to use a new indie or use a platform, it'd probably be Unreal. I guess it just depends on you know, a lot of people choose Unity specifically because of the amount of accessibility with the files, in terms of like the community has made so many templates that you could get started easily or more easily in prototyping, but that's not going to help you actually complete a game, you know. But to answer your question directly, no, I don't have any tutorials currently. But I do describe and talk about lots of things in the live stream, so maybe that's of use to you. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, unless you know a programming language already, I wouldn't recommend Unity out of the gate. And that's kind of a biased opinion, but I think that Godot, of course, as Riley said, would be a good one. GDevelop 5. Hey, what's up, Gabriel? What program would you recommend to start creating your first asset? Are you? I mean, are you building a 2D game? Yeah, well, they do, Riley, and so does GDevelop. Uh, well, no, not really, I guess. Um, GameMaker 2 has GameMaker language, and Godot has GD script, and GD script is actually based on the Python syntax. And so, if you practice enough GD script, you will teach yourself how to do Python. 100%. And so that is advantageous, of course. That has its own. I'm just gonna leave that there like that. But Gabriel, I think it depends on what type of assets you want to make. Maybe you could tell me more about what you want to do. Let's see here. What is this? Oh. Let's go backwards here a second. Cut those out and move them back over here. There we go. Well, yes, Riley, it's not the same language, but fundamentally, they write the same way. They're loose scripts. They're not like C++ and not being object oriented. But we're not here to discuss um the differences and the nuances between these coding languages. We're mostly just saying, if you teach your if you before you do any coding project, Gabriel, what I recommend is, of course, learning the basics of coding. Now, if you aren't interested in learning a coding language, there are game engines that will help support you build a game through drag and drop methods. You could build an entire game like that in Game Maker 2, as well as in the RPG Maker series, which is a lot of logic flow. But I would recommend any new developer consider learning basic coding functions. And I've covered this before in another uh, one of my other live streams, but just to reiterate, and I think that this is a great time to reintroduce this concept while we're discussing it. So let's do this real quick. So, when you're learning a coding language, right? You have I'm gonna translate this into hopefully something that you can follow. So every coding language, okay, so the basics of coding language and the basics of human speech are very similar. And let me try to break this down in a way that is fundamentally understandable. Okay. So, if when you learn to code, there are my handwriting's awful with a mouse. There are functions, there are variables, loops. I could go on about the basics of coding, but these functions in coding are the same across everything. So we can say that there's an array, right? So we know that this is true. This is true. These functions we need to know before we can learn another language like Java, or in this case, JavaScript, learning Lua, Python. It doesn't matter what the language is. Before we can learn what a language is, just like when we go to learn a spoken language, we need to learn what a verb is, what an adjective is. Forgive my horrible handwriting. What a verb is, an adjective, what a noun is, right? And we need to know what these are, so that way we can fundamentally build sentences to say what we want to say. So I like toast. Okay, I like toast. I say that in English like this. This is what we call language syntax. And so when we write function in a coding language, it may look like this. We may have to write sometimes we can write func, sometimes we have to write function, sometimes we don't write function at all. And that is a language. What fundamentally makes up a language, again, like a verb, right? And nouns. That is a terrible. There we go. We can then move on to learning the individual language syntaxes. And in this case, some of the easier ones to learn are Lua, GDScript, Python, GameMaker script. And that's because they have the loosest way of saying words, sentences, right? Because programming is fundamentally just writing sentences. that eventually add up into functioning code. And so these languages are loose script, which means you don't have to be super your punctuation in that language, the where you put a comma, where you put an exclamation part, wherever whatever that looks like in each language. For example, in English, I say I like toast, but in another language, I might say toast I like, right? And this is grammatically correct. However, this you could say and still convey the meaning. And in loose script languages, you can do both of these. In TypeScript languages, you can, or object-oriented in TypeScript languages, you can only do this. And so that would be like C++. Or even C in general makes you do this. But Python, or in this case, we're talking about Godot. Godot allows you to write coding. So the first step before you make any video game, before you can make any video game, is learning how functions work, how variables work, what a string is, you know, what floats are, and learn all the basics of what comprises a coding language. And then when we want to start scripting, we find the tools to improve that language. And this brings up the question, once you learn these tools, or now, okay, say you want to do programming from the very beginning without understanding anything about code. When you press W, you want your character to move up. When you press S, you want your character to move down. Those we can do visually in scripting. And in a lot of engines, or not in a lot of engines, in a few like GameMaker and other things, this is very simple to do without any coding at all. Because they're designed to build those features into visual scripting. Unity, hey Gabriel, thank you. Unity has Bolt. I think it's Bolt. And Bolt is the visual coding of Unity. It's kind of drag and drop, and you can build basic things without understanding all of this, really. But when you get into more advanced things as you build a game, your code becomes more complicated. I would recommend, if you've never coded or programmed before, rather than going to GameMaker, which will have the tools that do, when W key is pressed, move logic in a really visual drag and drop way, like a puzzle piece that links together and it starts building code visually for you. That's great at a beginning point, but I think something like GameDevelop or GDevelop 5 is a little bit more manageable in a double standard sort of way. Let me show you. So in my coding scripts, this looks kind of like code, right? It looks like written code. Because when you're programming, you still need to know all how functions work, but you can teach yourself in a variety of different ways. But when I go to my character run, you can see here that I have coded when the button of the controller is pressed, simulate moving left on my character. And it's very visual, but it still teaches you the logic flow of how to build the script. And as you can see here, I'm building into what happens. I use something called a finite state machine, a way of managing my player character, which you could read and learn about. But from the very beginning, I think that in this case, GameDevelop 5, for someone who who wants to learn a little bit about coding, but also is new to programming, this is a great place to start. Anybody can learn this visual scripting style. The other programming languages that do something like this would be Game Maker 2, as well as Scratch, as Riley had said before. But if I wanted to, just to show you in this program real quick, I'll create a new extension. We'll call it Untitled. We'll add it to the game scene. Okay, so when you first get started, Gabriel, it can be as simple as this. I'm just gonna create a new build real quick. I'll show you. So we'll randomly let it do its thing. We want to optimize for pixel art, and we don't want the players to authenticate in the game right now. We're going to do mobile and desktop friendly. We're just going to generate it. We're going to create a sprite, and we're going to use their pixel editor. We're going to change it to we're going to resize this to a 16 by 16. Resize. And if we wanted to, we could use their drawing tool. I'm not a fan, but for simplicity's sake, we're going to make a player. We're going to add a bottom to our player so we can kind of see which direction our player is kind of moving in. And we'll add some, like, eyes. Okay? So here's our player. We got a player sprite. Now we add that player to the screen. Okay? Now, in GDevelop, you have things called behaviors. And we can, if we're making a platformer game, we've got platformer behavior. And if we're not making a platformer game, then we have top-down movement. So just to kind of show you, right, we're going to make a platformer real fast. We don't want our character to grab edges. We're just going to leave it as default controls, which is our arrow keys. And we're going to create a new sprite. We're going to call this ground. Add an animation. We're going to create it in the sprite program again. Resize. Let's do a grass tile. And so we're just going to go like this. Let's see. We'll do that. This. Let's see here. There. Let's actually... There. We'll do it like that. And then... very quickly, let's go select a brown. Something like this. Fill that in. Come over here, take a green. Fill that in. Come on. Fill this in. And this is just a sample, right? I'm not really trying to go too fancy here. Add a little bit of shadow to our project here just to liven up our grass. All right, this will work. So now we have ground. We want to put this in our game. And we're just going to keep duplicating this. We're going to create a grid, set up grid. It's going to be 16 by 16. And we want to visually show our grid. I'll take a look at it and tell you. But let me just show you this real quick. This is how easy technically building a game would be in this engine. Okay, so now we have ground. And... we're going to build, like, platforms. We're building a platform, right? So this is the beginning of our prototype. Right? We're going to build, like, a Mario-style platformer. And then we're going to go to our ground, go to a behavior, and we're going to add a platform behavior. Now, we go to our player, and we have a platform object. We press start. Now, space is jump. And left and right is move. And just like that, we have the foundation of platformer game without any coding. That took nothing. And now if we want our game to do some stuff, we can say at the beginning of the scene, zoom the camera of the base layer to 3, and every second, position the camera, center the position onto an object. Center the... Oh, sorry, it's camera. Camera center. So camera center on an object. We're going to center on the player object of the base layer. Because that's... I don't remember what the default is for... Give me a second. Oh, yeah, base layer. There we go. Boom. And now our camera will follow our player. And now our game... Right? So you could do that. I mean, that's very straightforward, very interesting. You have to learn the mechanics of your engine to know how to make our game character do stuff, you know? But we can then go into here. We can go to our game, add an extension. We're going to call it 3D Flip. 3D... Let's go flip. Flip. There it is, 3D Flip. We're going to install that to our project. We're going to add 3D Flip to our player. Go to Behaviors, add new player, 3D, Flip. Now watch this. Very simply, if the keyboard... Let's see if a key is pressed. If key text expression, key pressed. If the A key, or in this case, we'll do left. If the left key, because we're using we're using our arrow keys at the moment. If our left key, so does GDevelop, Riley. So we can say if left key is pressed. In this case, we can say if right key is pressed. And then add an action. The player sprite needs to flip. Flip the object. And we're going to say in 300 milliseconds, flip the object. And then we're going to literally copy this and flip it back. So check this out. So we want to say if the key is pressed and the player isn't flipped. So we want to say now if the player is flipped, and we're going to say isn't flipped. So if the player isn't flipped, flip it. If the right key is pressed and the player is flipped, flip it back. And now we have a feature where we can look left and right. And this is far too long. 100 by 100. And we're only going to do this condition once. Trigger once while true. So now, flip, 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 flip. So now our character flips back and forth between left and right. And if we want this to be more smooth, we can go to our player, change the point. So right now he's being created right there. We want to create him at the middle, the bottom middle. We want this to be his flip point. So we're going to say close. Oh, yeah, that'll work. Now watch. Now he flips in the middle without... And then there we go. And that's the beginning of a platformer game. Now, Gabriel is saying... let me take a look at Simulacrum. Is that a PC game? Okay, it's kind of like Resident Evil. in this case, I do believe that your best engine would be Unity to make a game like Simulacrum. Or Simulacrum. Welcome to the game. Let's check out welcome to the game. Okay. Yeah. All of those, it's gonna be very difficult to do in these sort of engines. They're just not designed to do 3D like that. If you want to do a 3D game, you have to choose a 3D game engine. Now, GD Script or Godot is capable of doing 3D, and that would be another great place to go. And so is GDevelop, but it's in the very rudimentary beginning of those features, and so it'll be a while until that works more flawlessly. Anyways, I digress. %, based on a computer screen. How so? So it's going to be like text. Okay, you still have to draw those scenes, but yeah. Like a choose your own advent, like Mist or Raven or Riven, sorry. Wait. I've never actually played either of these games here, so I'm not even sure. But I'm gonna take this and see about creating. Let's see from here. Let's take a look at this. We want to make this kind of like this, I think. We're gonna delete this, copy this, shift, switch. There we go. We're gonna round this out a little bit. Maybe cut some edges off. We're gonna round these edges. And now we have what we're looking for. So now we can grab this, flip it, move it back. Trim up the edgings. Now it looks like an arrow, right? Simulacrum. I see. I can see you doing this in just 2D. Yeah. I can see what you're saying. All of that is UI. So Gabriel, when you're designing a game, I recommend that you begin with knowing, well, how do I say this? I want to be careful how I say this. Knowing that a game, all a game is a bunch of features. So straight away, that's the first thing that a game is. It's a bunch of features that have been connected, chain linked, if you will, to become a polished end product. Generally, right? And so we have inventory, right? We have We have monsters. We have harvesting, right? And each of these things design their own features that we then link together and add gameplay polish that lets you interact with these features in between each thing you're doing. So what I recommend you do is, if you want to make a game like Simulacra, what you need to do is start with, well, we know that in this game we need a cell phone, a messaging system where they send you a message and then you get choices on what messages you can send. And then depending on what you say, they'll send you another message. And that system, it has independent features or functions that make this work. But that's kind of what the game begins. It's a messaging system. And so you're saying you want to start this on a computer. So we know that a computer has a terminal. Well, I mean, is it interesting to you? Because you're the one coding it. But here's the thing, Gabriel. No one is going to be able to know what your code looks like. Generally. So the question is, does it work? Because if the answer is yes, then continue your development. A bad programmer, someone who can't program, so someone who can program poorly, someone who can make this happen. If you can make whatever you want function, you've passed the test. From what I've heard, games like it's really popular. What is that game called? I think it's called Evertale. Aftertale. What is it called? It's not Evertale. Undertale. I think it's called Undertale. Yeah. Undertale, which is a really popular indie game. From what I've heard, from people who've actually seen the code, all of the dialogue in the entire game and all the choices that you can make are in one script, one gigantic piece of code. And they're all on toggles and booleans and all of this. Is that one way to do it? Yep. Is it the most efficient way to do it? No. Is it the right way to do it? That's up to you. It was literally one switch case scenario. And that is bananas. The fact that they coded it like that. Is that great programming? I don't think so. But is it genius? And does it work? Yeah. Because that's the question. Can you do this? As long as your game works as intended, and that feature works, you continue to go. Don't get worn down by this idea that you have to meet these crazy standards or whatever. It's just not the way that it actually is. I mean, gamers have standards, right? They're going to expect certain levels of polish from you and this, that, and the other thing. I don't like that. I want it to be higher, I think. Delete this. Enjoy your Beat Saber, bud. Alright. So now we have like the framework for this. I think we're going to go real dark on that frame. And then we're going to hit this with a little bit of that light. A little bit of light all the way through. interesting. We might need to redesign these elements a little bit. I wanted them to be a bit more... we can do... There we go. As long as we can do 2 by 2 by 2, that will also work. So we're going to kill that. We're going to come back in with this dark color from here onward. And we're even going to wrap this light around like that. Cool. And then that's kind of it for this one. We don't really need... I think I'll add a little bit of depth detail here, just to really sell the fact that it's... There we go. I don't know how I feel about that. Kind of cut this back a little bit, I think. And even then, we can just go back to the regular color. We don't need to, like... There we go. And even here, we can come backwards, I think, a little bit, too. It would be great if I had, like, a middle tone. Maybe we go backwards here a little bit and redesign some of our elements. We would then need to redesign those, I think. Shoot! I don't like the way that these are coming out. I think the color is a bit more green than the dark steel color that I would want to go with, but for now this will do. We're going to take this and put it on the end. So we could potentially do a health bar like this. Generally, I like to do my health bars with like one more bit of depth, right? And then we come in and add that lifeline. Let's try it on this one. Sometimes only one line is necessary. Let's come back here and stretch this out again. Not a huge fan of that. I'm not gonna lie. Not a huge fan of that. We could do the bar like this. Kind of bring this in. Let's make sure that the edges are protected. I feel like we could do even more shading on the health bar. And then go even deeper down here. Maybe do 2 rows. A very intense health bar. I don't know if it's necessary to do it this way. One of the other things that I need to do as well is lighten the bar. This needs to get moved. There we go. So the first thing I'm noticing, obviously, is that this is ridiculously bright. So we need to come through here and retune up our lighting a little bit. We're going to move everything down one step. In terms of what you're trying to code, I don't think, Gabriel, that it is going to be very difficult for the style that you're wanting, at least in terms of UI. But I think that you will be surprised to find that game development in general is just difficult. You got to know a lot about code generally. I don't want to discourage you. I think that anybody can learn how to do it. I just think that it's maybe not as easy as your brain is telling you it's going to be. I don't really like what's happening here. I think that's going to be really distracting in our game. It's a big health bar. It's not as subtle as I would want, and it's mostly just because our background is blue. It'd be much different if we had a different background. So, like, this is our border. Before we do anything else, this is our border. Well, why don't you go start programming and let me know. Let me know what happens. There's nothing wrong with getting started today. Absolutely nothing wrong. I've never made a game before. If that puts it into any perspective. Take my thought and advice with a grain of salt. And then we're going to add the rivet. No, I've never made a game before, Gabriel. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure what you're trying to convey. What message you're trying to say. That didn't translate very well. Whatever you're trying to say didn't translate very well. All right. Oh my goodness. Flip. Thank you. Gabriel, will you write it for me in your language? In Portuguese or is it Spanish? Gabriel, what language do you speak? Write it to me in your language, please. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I've been programming for many years. I just have never programmed a video game before. But yeah, in some ways, we absolutely are in the same position. Uh, yeah. So basically, it's kind of the same as saying I feel the same way. I agree with you, depending on the context of what you're saying and how you're portraying it. There isn't a direct translation. I don't do daily lives. I do lives often, though. I don't have a stream schedule yet. I'm still getting started. So one of the things I want to do in my game is have oxygen. And so I'm debating about how we're going to draw our oxygen bubbles. So I think we're going to just kind of do this pillow shade idea. Oh, well, I'm glad that you stopped in. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to be honest. I'm winging it. What happened? There we go. There we go. So now we have like oxygen bubbles. TerraFarmers? That made you think that it was Portuguese? Interesting. I have curiosity to why. That is interesting to me. Oh, yeah, yeah. And we are making a farming game. I mean, you're not wrong. So in this game, you can harvest and collect resources, and soon you'll be able to plant trees and plants. The world is randomly generated, like Minecraft. Yeah, like Harvest Moon. Meet Slime Rancher and some other stuff. But yeah, you're on the right track. Oops. Yeah, like start. Oh, like of Slime Rancher, or. I kind of want this to be like glass. I'm rethinking about the way I want to design this. No. Uh, and that's just I mean, well, yes and no. That was far too of a direct no. Kind of came out aggressive. Yes and no. Let me try this again. Uh, artificial intelligence won't be able to replace the need for a programmer. In most cases, there are some cases where you can ask AI to develop you something, but if you don't know how it works, you're not going to be able to tie things in together. I believe that using AI to do replicatable tasks, things that we do know already, is probably fine, but in learning how to do development, it's kind of a waste, honestly, if you don't know what the program does or how it works. You can't really do anything with it. Sure, you can plug in your script and it may function temporarily, but does it really solve the problem that you're trying to address, you know? Welcome back, Riley. I'm trying to think here of how we're going to do our oxygen. Kind of want this to be dark. Doesn't really look like oxygen, does it? Um, how does it go? Right now, it's going. I'm trying to work on adding in some sort of oxygen container in the game, because when you leave the area where there's oxygen, you'll start suffocating. And so I'm just trying to think about what that might look like. You know, do we have oxygen that like here? Do we do like the? Let's see. This is glass, right? So glass would have some sort of sheen to it. I adore that game. in a I hate my life sort of way. But yeah. So we can kind of see these sprites next to other things, so we can start taking them and moving them around, right? And I recognize that, like, almost everything else in this game is orange. We're going to be going through some changes here. I'm just not sure what it's going to look like yet. Hmm. We'll leave those there. UI is difficult, I'm finding. Hmm. Okay. Man, it's a lot of trial and error when you get started. It's just the way it is. Trying to figure out what goes where. Honestly, I think what will help is designing the next phase of our game, which is the inside of the truck. So let's kind of work on this, actually. I know I'm kind of bouncing around all over the place, but it's kind of how we get stuff done here. We don't need this anymore because we have one over here. Gonna keep it safe for now. All right. Let's see here. We're gonna work on a new tile set, so we're gonna copy our old tile set. And this time we're inside of our vehicle. Exactly. Hello, wife. How are you? How's work? I won't be putting it on Steam. It'll be free in the browser. It'll be multiplayer. Well, I might put it on Steam, but will my game follow a proportion pattern? It does follow a proportion pattern. Are you talking about the angle of the game? Well, I don't want to see that at all. There we go. Wait, how do I turn that off? Once I turn it on, it won't turn off. Oh no! I don't want this. This is obnoxious. Get rid of this. There we go. Let's see here. Oh, it's gone. Just working on the game. Alright, so we have the outside of this vehicle. Now we want the inside. So we need to start working with like grays and steels again. So we start with the center and figure out the flat tones that we want for like metal. Kind of want to work on adding some new colors into the game. I'm just not sure yet. What? So, okay. So when you're working in 16 by 16, which is what my game is, and you add things outside of that, you have to scale it up by degrees of 16. Whether that's in width or in height. So here is an example of how that scaling would work. Right? So this one would be like this. This would be like this. And now it could technically also... The animations for a sprite that big would be on a template like this. So a 16 by 16 can center on 32 by 32. And we could do all of our animations in a 32 by 32 grid. Or we can have a 32 by 32 monster who does their animations on a 48 by 48 grid, which is like this. So it's just about knowing the grid sizes and how to work with them. But back to this. Okay, so let's go backwards here a second. And zoom back in. Okay, that is much too dark. So we need like palettes. Do a metal. Kind of like, let's see here. All right, let's start with some color codes. I want this. That's a good color. We're gonna add that. Move it over here. I want this one. Add that. Move it over here. And then we just want one more color. Do something like that. Add it over here. So now we have our darks and our lights. So now we start by make sure we're on the right tile set. Restrict to tile. We're just going to color in our tile. Add some dark so we can see. All right. This tile set will be going up against the wall. So we'll need like... So in Legend of Zelda, if we're making a top-down tile set, which is sort of like Super Meat Boy and stuff like that, this is how our tile set would be made from that angle, where let's say we came in, we would have like doorways that lead out like this. Right? And then we'd have like on the outside of each wall. Let's see, let's box our wall in. And that's kind of how they do it. So we just fill this in. In this case, we're gonna probably do this on the inside. And then we can shrink this a little bit. And then, let's see here. All the way across. Fill that in, fill that in, fill that in. And then this becomes important because we can do now effectively the same thing we did with our other tile set, where we can stretch it infinitely and have a wall. Right? So now we can make this bigger. And then we'll take this and put it on the inside. Take this. Move it like that. Take this one, move it here. Actually, it's in the right spot there. Move this up. Move this one over. And effectively, we now have the inside and the outside of a container. And it kind of looks like we're looking into it from the side view. Like if we drew a door here, now we've changed the perspective. Because these are perspective lines. So if we were going down a hallway in a game, we might, right? That's the ceiling. So let's draw this real quick. We have to have a vanishing point, right? So like if this, kind of hard for me to explain. I'm trying to think of the best way to show you, but I think I've demonstrated enough for you to understand what I'm talking about. So if this was like a classic perspective, well, come on, guy. Know what you're talking about. Here. Let me do this. It's going to drive me nuts if I don't fix this. So we're even in the wrong spot here. Okay. So. Ripperoni. I'm just going to go backwards. We can change the perspective. Right? That was the point. So, with tiles and stuff like this, yeah, now we could add those doors, add those tiles. And that still fits into this style. It would still work. And because we're going into a container, I really want it to feel like we're inside it. We're changing the perspective a little bit. And we can really get that feel to make sure that it doesn't feel too I gotta bring these in. Let's see here. We're gonna go back down to our 1x1 scenario. It's easier to do development that way, right? So from here, I decided that we do actually want the line to be on the outside. And that way our tile is actually, we could do things like add tiles in here. Make something that repeats. That's going to be a really big tile over there. Let's move that to here. Let's get that one done. There we go. Do something like this. And then change this up. And then if we take this tile, we can then... Okay, that doesn't work because we're missing that line. But this is how we go about like fixing tile sets and stuff. I can show you guys a bunch of different ways to draw tiles. I've been doing this for so long now. Alright, we should be able to now... There we go. So then we can just come back in here now and infinitely tile that, and it doesn't look weird. There's a little bit of weirdness, but one of the best way to do, if you want to make a tile set that tiles, let me show you this technique. Okay, so let's say we were going to do dirt. Give me a second here. We're going to start with a really dark color, and we're going to build up our color layer. So we're going to say that's a stone, that's stone, here's another stone, here's stone, here's stone. So we begin our journey into coloring our rock thing that we're doing, these rocks, like this. And now we could do this, but as we see, we don't quite have perfect tile mapping. So instead, watch this. You take the first, because this is a 16 by 16. Let me pop open my grid. You take the top corner, and you put it in the bottom corner. You invert these. Okay, so now we're going to take this 8 by 8. We're going to put it down here. We're going to take this 8 by 8, and we're going to take it up here. And then this one, we're going to put right here. Okay, so now when we have this tile, and we build it, now look. Now, it'll always tile. So if I grab it, click it, and just drag this around, look at that. Now, because it came from one square, right? These are all the same now. When I do an edit, it'll add it to everything. So now that we have some sort of scalable tile, we want to take something from the middle and start addressing the things that don't look good. So, I don't know how that happened, but we're going to change all of these to the same one. And let's go back to editing that tile. Let's see, we might want something like that so that it bleeds over. We don't want certain tiles like here. We don't want any natural lines. We don't want a line going straight across because then it makes everything look grid based, and we want it to look more organic. And so to do that, we kind of just play with it until we have intersecting pieces. Maybe we need to make this rock bigger. Okay, so now we have a basic rock design. Then we go back in with a lighter color. Let's go back to one of our squares, because really this may look overwhelming, but the reality is it's just one square, right? So now we go in and we start adding those highlights. We know that this needs to be highlighted. We can make maybe this highlighted, do it like this, maybe cut some of that off just to make it look a little bit more organic. We can do something like this. We can even increase the shading. We'll increase some shading here. And I'm just very lightly kind of hitting this with just a fat brush. It doesn't need to be perfect, because it's not, and that's okay. Now we need to do something like this. Now look at that. Already, look at how much more is in this tile set. And then if we really, then if we were, so now this is the middle. Okay. Let's get rid of all of that. Now, because we made this middle one infinitely tileable, like in this case, we have blue for our other tile set because we're going simple. But if I was making something more advanced, we do it like this. So now that we have this, I can select all of this, and we can work on the next corner. A corner piece is always the same, for the most part. So the top is the same as this top, and the bottoms might be a little bit different, whether we're playing a platformer game or something that's tileable. So now we want to just work on blending this corner. So if I was playing a top-down game, like I am here, we may have an edge, right? We have a rocky edge. So what we can do is silhouette our design. We know that we have a rocky edge. Now let's just fill this in. Silhouettes are important. So we can now, let's say we're drawing, like, you know, drawing on top. We have rocky edges, so rocky edges kind of stick out, right? And they're kind of inconsistent, so we may have an edge that comes in, kind of like you would on grass, maybe. And then there's the next, right? So now we know that this needs to be a rock. This needs to be a rock. We can bring in the top. Just can't be on the edge. But it can if you work it together. But we know that this is going to be the top of a rock, and that'll be the top of a rock. And I'm kind of working backwards. And so now I'm going to fill in this with things that we know what's going to be where. And we can go back and do our highlights. Just kind of patterning out what we kind of know, and going back in and just kind of adding under shading to each of these, just to liven up the idea that there's rocks, right? And we have a light source in this case that's kind of coming from this angle. We can fix that by pillowing out some of these shapes. And adding in a little bit more. Let's see, this should be a different rock. This should be a different rock. And this has far too much shading. We can break that down like this, trim that out. And then we can take this and flip it. And then we could technically take all this and come on. Flip it upside down. And then go about filling out the rest of this. Which again, they're basically the same thing. Just rotate this. Paste it there. Flip this. Re-add that. Right? And now we're just kind of building out. We know that this needs to be a rock. We know that this needs to be a rock. We can come in here very quickly and just cut that piece out. We can add more rock here. Then go back in very quickly and just boom. Hit this. This. Let's destroy that. I mean, and these are just like rushed iterations. We're not even, and it's okay. Have placeholders. Polish later. And then we can just take this whole feature that we just did, copying the right pieces, Control V, rotate, going back in here, rotate, go back in here. Okay. I guess we could just do this. And pretty much just like that, other than some things we might need to fix, we can finish editing our rock space. Because now we have all this extra room that we can fill out. And like this, we don't, that's wrong. So the coloring here is now all wrong because we flipped the rocks. I shouldn't have done the coloring until after I built the frame, the silhouettes, because now all of my stuff I'm realizing is upside down. So we can go back through and fix that real quick. There. And then we just come back and then just kind of rebuild our shading. Right? And that's how you, and that's a kind of a funky tile set. But if you wanted to do like a platformer game, you would build it more like this, where then your rock, you can have some rocks like up top on the tile set. And this is where the player would be standing, right? And we could just bring that down one. And like if there was grass in your game, you could then have like grass up here. We could do grass leaning down on the tile. Like this. Just kind of doing various... This is terrible grass, but... And then it really comes down to like how you shade and everything else you do. But tileable textures. That's what we were talking about in here. So now in this, this is going to be kind of interesting because I want to change the perspective a little bit. How am I going to do that and not break this style? Well, we can do that by changing the wall to be more like this. And then having... All right, let's see here real quick. So one of the things that we can do is do a dark bottom and a light top, which is what we're doing here. But this is upside down. So this needs to be like this. And then square. Because these are like the top of something. Say that, the light source would be like hitting the edge. So like here's the edge. And then this is the back edge. And this is the front face. Right? So this is like the front. Like this. This is a great example of the same method that we're using. So let's clean this back up so it looks better. I'll just... Come on. So here we have this layer system kind of deciding where the top and back is of everything. So I'm just thinking about where to put the wall. So many different ways to do this. But I want these tiles. I'm gonna start with the tile, the floor tile. Let's see here. Welcome back, Riley. You missed a great explanation on how to do tile sets. Oh, okay. You can always revisit the video later too if you want to pick up everything. But I bet. Hmm. All right. Let's think about this real quick. Inside of a cargo container, let's see, the wall tiles need to have let me think about this. How are we gonna do it? How do I want to do the walls? How do I want to do the walls? I think we're gonna end up doing the walls. Okay. So we're not gonna take this perspective. We are going to instead work on our floor tile leading up into the wall tile. So we'll have like an edge for the top or for the wall on the how am I thinking about this? We need we're gonna do like a really bright inside edge to everything. So if that's the case, inside edge. And we're just going to do a flat inside. So the ground will be gray with like, all right, maybe we can do it like this. Oh my goodness. And we can take this one. That's the same color. There we go. That's going to end up looking really weird. So we don't want that. You know what? I think I know what to do. We're going to do like a gray tile set and sporadically add like stains, maybe. So like some of the tiles will have just like random gunk. So that way the floor kind of ends up looking like this. I'll add some more variety here in a second. So we can add like, we can do this. For the most part, it'll just be kind of like, just clean. We may end up, I think we're going to end up increasing the brightness on all this. Continuous. There we go. And coming in here with all this. And we may even darken up some of those. But for now we have that. Now we want to build the wall. So normally when we do something like this, we'll have an in-between. Something that signifies that the wall is changing. So in some games you have like a wooden post, right? Some sort of way to identify, let's say that this is wood. You might do wood. Okay. Obviously not in color, right? But you do like, there's the transition between the wall tile and the bottom. And though in the case of like shipping containers, we usually have a flat bottom that runs the width of the floor. So normally we have like the floor tile, and then there are like little lanes because it's corrugated metal. It's bent. So then if we pop that down, boom. So now we have like the rows. Let me move these. We might use this for a different tile set. So we have, they're just uneven. We need to fix that. There we go. All right, let's sort this out. That's not quite right. This is that. This is this. It's gonna make this kind of weird. Oh no. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Good. Now we can copy this and come on. All right. Looks weird right now, but we don't have anything else set up. So if the wall is there, then we need to have a transition square where we take the edging of our wall and run it. Let's see. We might want like a half tile. Generally, I use half tiles for this. So we'll go one half tile all the way around. And that would end up being, let me show you. We want to make sure that this is the same distance. So this is 8. This is 10. We're going to shrink this down by 2. And now we have 8 in each direction. This is 7. This is 8. Because this is the top. So then we need to come back in here. I need to add a brighter color here. We'll add a new one. And we'll brighten this way up. I'll show you. So this way it looks like that would be the inside of the wall. And then we take an even darker one. And we'll duplicate this one. And then make it a little bit darker. And this would be the back of the wall. Even then, it needs to be even darker than this. And if we continued this pattern, and we can just take this whole thing, copy it, paste it. Oh, let's go back. Oh, copy this, paste this, flip it. There. And again, right now, it looks confusing, kind of like trash. But we're working on it. So now we have an outside wall. And we can kind of finagle this around so we get a little bit more rounding. Just by cutting off our corners. And then normally what we would do is we'd have a really dark tile separating, because usually in this case we'd have like something like this. I don't even know if it's even. It's probably not. Actually, I think I made it perfectly even. Yeah. That's wild. Okay. But then we would fill that back gap between the highlight and the backdrop to signify that this is a wall. And then we draw the wall lip. And in this case, walls are usually perfectly angled. Okay. And then if we did like an outlet, you know, we'd do something where we draw this way and then the wall would turn in that direction. And we want to raise this up a little bit. I'm just working on tuning the texture, making sure that at least the shape is right for what I want. We haven't really started on, because usually now this sort of metal that we're dealing with is kind of shaped like this. So now we're going to draw the wall tile. Copy that, paste it, paste it, paste it. First of all, we messed that up, so we'll now take this, paste it, move it over 2, paste it. Not really the most excited about that not being even. There we go. A little messed up, but that's okay. And normally, because it's like, there's like a high point, which is the ridge here, or this would be the darkest point. So let me just draw the dark point on each of these. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I got confused there. Okay. And then we would then add highlight to the edges. And then add this to the outside of it. But now we need more subtle change. So then let's see here. This needs to stay there. Looks kind of weird at the moment. I'm trying to fix it. We're just going to kill all this and reconfigure. Delete, refill. How do I want to do this? Debating about reconfiguring here. All right. Just can we get there? You go. All right. Let me think about this. Let's see. It all makes sense in a minute. Hey, look, it's the Ford logo. No, So now we kind of have this auto tiling wall set. The only thing we don't... Oh, no, that should work. Oh, no. No. We're not quite done yet. Okay. We have inside corners, but we don't have outside corners. Because I'm handling this weird. We should have corners like this. But we don't. So I gotta make them. And then what we can do is take these out for now. Move these guys back in. Oh my goodness. There we go. And we can pull this off real quick. Let's go back to getting our corners back in the place that they should be. Oh, I didn't mean to open that. Trying to think about how I want to do this. Because now I'm thinking... Let me go back to this logic for a second. I really think I do. It's driving me nuts. I think what we should do is add something like this to the tile. Man. All right, let's see here real quick. I'm looking for my eyedropper tool. One second. I want to know what color this is. The heck is my dropper tool? Where's my color picker tool? Color pencil tool brush. Color sampler. There we go. Holy cow. Alright, we're gonna change this up a little bit. We're gonna change the base tile to this color. We're gonna sample as well, color sampler. Let's get in here. sample this color. Let's go color sampler. Oh, eyedropper tool, that's what we're looking for. Bloop. Okay. Now we can change the highlight color to something like this. Much better. And then we need another tone for the darker tone. Make something like this. And that'll be across the top and the bottom. Oops. Is that really a 1x1? Dang, that's huge. It looks kind of weird, but I think we could do things like, I don't know, man. Maybe we don't have anything on here. Or maybe we bring it in. Hold on. What was that other color that I just had? This one? Why don't we add that like out here and around it, and then now we have a tile. Let's see what that looks like when we tile it together. I know it looks weird now, but I think we can do something fun with it. This is like too much tile for me. Okay. Maybe we just do it on one side. Make it thinner. There we go. Got a little bit better. I think that they do need a top, unfortunately. Maybe we do the top off the wall. Should work. Okay. And now we can go back, because now we have this tiled. Untile these, and then oops, destroy them. Okay. Now we'll do an alternate tile where we have like maybe grime in the corner. And we can do it on both sides. So then now we have like every so often we can have a dirty floor tile. And maybe we could do a couple different types. Let's see, maybe we can do like who knows? Maybe some tiles just got gross stuff in it. I don't know. I don't think we're going to need very many of them. Sometimes less is more here. Okay. And then what I want, I think instead, we're going to start thinking about this more sci-fi. Because we're going to take our white and do right across the bottom. Now you've got a trim. And so we're gonna open this back up. We'll do a dark all the way across, and then we'll take like our white, do a 2x2 square, boom. And then do the rest of the wall in a slightly more slate colored gray, potentially. Color picker, pick this guy. I need to open up my color wheel. Color picker, pick that guy. Thank you. New color. Bonk. And now I want this to be the wall color. Get rid of this. Get out of here. That nonsense. Get out of here. All right. And then the wall is now just this. Until we get to the top. And we got our own situation to figure out after that. Maybe we could grime up. Part of me is like, oh, we'll just, because I could add grime detail to the entire wall at a time, so it's not just one tile, and build like an actual scalable thing. So I need to start thinking about what goes in this room. Right? So we can have some dirty tiles every so often. Let's replace that. Copy this, put it there. We're going to take these 2 tiles because we know that we're going to need them now, and just continue to tile this room just to make sure it looks good. Here's that tile. Here's that tile. We're just going to go 2 tiles up, and then we're going to do our roof tile. So let's... This is where we put like a Dale poster. Hold on. Copy this. Right. They're not supposed to be... Oh, that's right. I did this. My bad. Let's take that away. Let's delete that. Add that. Delete this. And then we're going to, for just a second, chop that out. So I actually need this to be a separate thing. And now we can go back, add a room tile. This. And then now we can deselect that so that doesn't happen again. There we go. Turn those off again because we want to be able to actually manipulate those. I'm going to add this up here. I wonder what other propaganda and whatnot Dale Company has going on. So we could do posters and some other stuff later for Dale. For now, we've got that. Chop that and move it out. There we go. And now we can kind of see where, like, if our other tile set stuff actually works. So we put that back, go back up into this higher tile, move it here. All right. Nice, Riley. Ugh. Alright, so we're going to start adding these new colors to our palette here. I really do need to just finally fix my palette. It is all messed up. That's alright. You got it, Riley. There's lots of great tutorials out there. If you need a little bit of help, or I'm always happy to assist. Let's see here. This is like the only thing that's actually kind of bothering me right now in this tile format is this. we need to, okay, let's start. We got to add these samples to our color palette. So I should be starting with the darkest color first. So dark, let's move pink down a little bit, go darkest color. This is now the light color. And then this as well. That's the top one. Okay. Good to go. Let's see. Now I need... We got a black. We have this color right now? We don't. Let's add this color. Oops. This one slightly different than this one. Actually, they're more or less the same color, aren't they? All right, let's see. We want to add a black edge. One tile, two tile. We're gonna add a black edge all the way around. This actually needs to be like, so we start with the lighter corner, because that's where like the sun hits, or like the lighting in the room hits. It's almost always like 2 up and then 1 down. And then we generally go right into a darker color, like that. That's too much of the same color as the wall. So we need to go back in, just kind of darken these up. We're gonna add this color. We're gonna add that to the back. There we go. And then for the highlight color, we're also gonna change it because it's too similar to the other one. We want it to be close, but different. There we go. And now that we've got that 2-step, we can drag that all the way across. And then this really is just closing that up. And that would be our wall. And then we want something, yeah, I mean, black, dark on the very outside. You could do 2 layers if you wanted to, just to shade it in a little bit more. Maybe come back in with another gray. Now we're starting to get like the inside and the outside of our walls. So I could copy this, flip this over, take the top, flip it the wrong way. There we go. See? Then we need corners where we do this and go a different direction. So for that, wait, okay, it is on the inside. We can raise this up, move it over, and just move that straight over. Copying the same pattern all the way through. And then this one should be 2, because it's another wall. And then here, because we know it is a wall, we can finish this wall up with something specific. Because this would be like the top corner of some, you know, of something. And then this right, we would then take this tile and move it here. Okay. What's going on? Why you don't want to do this? Oh. It's because I'm doing all this in the wrong layer. Sweet! I'm going to cut it out and move it to the right layer. And so now we would have this come down, and we'd know that we need to draw like a line like that. So these ones should have maybe something like this, where it's more colored like the floor. Let me see here. We could do an inside white edge. And then we can come in here and maybe do like a... That needs to be darker. And then we would just come back up, put that corner here, and then take this one. Only helps if we actually put the corner in the right spot. Huh, we got an issue. So when we take this corner and we move it to here, we're not lined up right. So we're just going to take this, bump it back. There we go. So we need a transfer, which looks like this. Same thing, all the way down. But on this one, nothing. We need this one, and we need this again, but inverted. And we need this again, but inverted. And down here, we want this, we need this to go one more. So now, let's see here. I don't really like this yet, this part. I'm not sure what to do about that yet. That's better. Okay, well that is better. And we want this one to be the same color. We don't want to change that. So what we would end up doing is taking these and moving them out one more. Not this one. Dang it. This one, this one, this one, this one. We're going to move this whole stack out one more. And then drawing this style of wall. We're just taking this and we're putting it inside. Shrink this up a little bit. And then we do this same thing down here. And so now we have like wall edges. And then what we can do, because this would be technically where we need to end that wall, this would be the middle part. And then we have an end part. So technically speaking, we don't need that row at all. Now we can come in here and fix some of this. So I don't know why I did it like that. That's silly of me. We need to move. I'm just going to paste this and move it down. There we go. Let me make sure that this is right. We need to move the these corners out. We're gonna end up. We need to move this into a different tile set. Let's copy this whole thing. We're gonna make a new. We're just gonna move it actually, so we have more area to work with because we're designing the inside of our cargo hold. This takes forever. Oop. Cut that out. We're going to move it down here. Just so we have a little bit more room. I just totally chopped something off. No? I guess I just had extra. I'm not sure where that came from. But we're going to kill this whole corner because none of this really works out anymore. We'll take that out. Ah! None of my stuff is centered anymore. What happened? All right, I see. To make this sit really well, let's go back to editing. There we go. Copy. Now we got it. So, this tile should be the middle, and then this one should be the end. And on the end, I want to do it a little bit differently because we're going to go back into the floor tile. And I'll explain this where so normally this then would become like that. Like this. And we'll do a slight darkening there. So that way when we do put a tile here in the next little bit, let's move this. Oh, see? I missed a spot. I wouldn't have caught that unless I just did what I just did. So, there's that. And we can bring this all the way up for now just to make it clean. And then we can copy all this. I'm not happy about this. So we need to then address this and move it so that this part is out. Hey, what's up, Blue? All right, well, one second, Riley. Let me finish what I'm doing here, and then I'll help you. And then I've actually got to get going. My time limit is up for today. I've been streaming for a couple of hours. Need to take a break and get some other things done. Okay. Okay. Thank you. We're working on, so today we've done some menu design. And now we're working on the interior of our craft here. Of the semi that crashed. Let's see here. Thank you. So now we're going to move all this. We got to move it over because we didn't give ourselves enough room. Yes, you do. You can either design it tile by tile, but that sucks for the most part. There's tileable tiles, so like there's no like auto tiling, if that's what you're asking. Currently, there is no auto tiling. you have to do it manually. But you can import from Tiled or another software as well. So let me get these back to where they belong, which is like this. Listen here. Listen here. I'm not sure what messed up or where it got messed up, but we're done with that. Okay. That's fine. This we can break. This doesn't need to be anything. I'm not sure which tile is doing that, but that's fine. We're going to flip this, and then I'll give you a hand here. Oh, it just looks weird now. And I'll show you what'll happen. So, let's say in this tile set, it looks kind of weird, but it does make sense. We're gonna take this, flip it, and get rid of this slate gray. We don't need that anymore, because what we're going to do is we're going to now take this, turn on our tile editor, and pop it right underneath it, because this back wall won't need much in the name of details. So now that we've got this design, what we can do, and why we did it this way, is if we take our let's see here. Take this one and this one. No, we'll take this one, and this one. We'll draw this one out a little bit more, just so you can see what I'm doing. We're going to take this tile and do the same thing. And drag it out and cap it. Take this tile, draw it like that. And actually, I messed up here. We want this. So in the reason why there's a cut there is because now we can do rooms. There. I think that makes is more visually understanding. See? So now it's kind of like there's a cubby here. A corner, an inside corner. Yeah. Yeah, so they're better to emphasize that corner because we might end up building like something here. Let's say like this. Let's say that this was a bedroom. We could then put this will work. We can then put like our say that this is like our pillow, and we build the frame of the bed. They're not great beds, but right. And when we're drawing now, we can kind of build things, and in fact, the bed, because of how we're drawing, should overlap the edge of the wall. So our bed should actually be like, if we're going to draw a silhouette, the center of our bed would be like here. Let's say this is our pillow. We can now take our bed. We'll start with like a gray outline of our bed. So let's say our pillow pops up off our bed. Our bed comes up the wall. Beds are like rounded. So let's think about this a little bit. Kind of hard to explain. I'm trying to think about the best way to... But the way that we've done our walls, we can draw things kind of over them. Let's say we had like a... I think this is a better example. say we'll do like a little shelf. So now we can have the top of our shelf. Draw the bottom of our shelf. So here's a transition point on that. So we'll lighten this up. So here's the edge. Like right here. I'll do it out of the colors that we already have. Let's see. Let's do it like this. Use this color instead. We're going to round that edge. No, we're not. This is going to be a tougher edge. Let's see here. Maybe there's like a panel or something here. I don't know. I'm just kind of drawing off the top of my head. Do 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 do. Mistake what for a door? This? Let's see, we need like a... We're going to hide everything else for just a moment. I'm just going to work on this thing. Whatever this is. I can see where you might see that. Give me a second here. Let me draw this. In place. Okay, let's say that this is a cabinet. We'll raise this up. Well, I think it looks that way because there's nothing else in the room. Like, once there's more stuff added... A Dale seat. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either. So, like, yeah, I mean, you know, if we wanted to add a computer console here, but right now we're I'll show you. We don't need this right now, and frankly, we don't need any of this. Let me make sure that I have all my parts here. Okay, so let's grab what we need. We need this tile. Oops. We need to go on the right tile. So we need this tile and this tile. That's our floor tile set. We need the top of our wall, which all we need is that one and that one. We're going to add some white space. So what I like to do in my tile sets is, you can kind of see what I'm doing down here is I'm increasing the save tiles. And then what I like to do is draw using the tiles that I have. So that we don't need that one. The wall tile can go here. The bottom of that tile can go there. We'll grab the inside wall, outside wall, the bottom of that on each side. And I did this wrong. So that needs to come down, that needs to come down, that needs to come down, that needs to come down. Sometimes I duplicate tiles just because it's convenient. Then the reason why I did that is because we need this tile. And then we need to lower these because there's a top and a middle to each of them. That's in the wrong spot. That goes there, that goes there. Actually, the middle tile and the top tile are the exact same, so I don't need to do that. So we'll just bring this up. And fix this again. Wait, we don't need this. Thank you. Thank you, game. All right. And so then we just need the outside corners on each side. And I'm dumb and I murdered the bottom. But I can fix that later. So for now we can get rid of all it. Oh, we can deselect everything in here. And we can just kind of do this. deselect everything, delete. And now, if I was to draw the inside of our truck, it would actually probably end up looking something like this. Let's gotta go backwards real quick. This is frustrating. I wish I hadn't done that. Gotta go backwards even further. Backwards. It won't even go that far. Oh, no. Oh, nuts. All right. We're just gonna have to redraw it. That's fine. Wasting my own time here. We'll go back in here and we'll just... Go back to the top. Go back to the middle. We could add the edging if we wanted to, but I don't think it's necessary. So we're just gonna effectively take this top tile and turn it. Please don't do that. Right click. Rotate. There we go. There we go. So now I can copy that, add that here, and then all we need to do, take this, make sure they're not the same tile, flip it, add that tile back to the game, and then we can make another one, flip it, add that tile to the game, and then undo it. There we go. And now we have these corners, right? So what I would do is build the wall. We're gonna just make sure that all of this is unselected. I built this funny. I don't know what I was doing. We need to build it like this first. We'll add the floor tiles. And then we'd go about adding the wall tiles. Let me just real quick create a new layer because I don't want to do this on the main layer. We'll do it on the data layer. That's fine. So we can go. Let's pretend like this is our bus because we need to start designing it, right? So when we get into this broken this is what it's going to look like. So now we have like the floor tiles, some random grime, doesn't really matter, and then now we can start on the back wall, and then the top. Crap. There we go. Wait. Oh. There. Now we can just bring this down. Take that corner piece. We're going to fix this because I don't like that. There we go. And then, I mean, basically that would be just, that would be the van. It'd be a room like this. Because it's square. Unless there's like internal corners that we need to worry about. So we wouldn't need to worry about there being... Like we could basically then come back, add this across the top. I did this super weird and I made this complicated for myself, but all I need to do is take this, flip it vertically, delete these. Let's just grab it like this. And make this a new tile. So that way I can tile set it and then just grab this across the bottom. So now, because of how this is designed, I'll probably want to add, you know, add another layer and do like, this wall is broken. And that's how we get in. So because there's so much room down here, and it's a special case, we wouldn't want to do this if we're like doing tile work, in the sense of making sure that everything, oh my goodness, where are we? What's this? I don't even know what this is. What is this? Do we even need this? Doesn't look like it. What is this? We need that. Do we need this? No. Hide that. I recommend LDTK, Riley, overall. But I can help you with that. Okay. So, before I get going here, because I do got to get going. This is one of my longer streams. No problem. So, while we're doing tile work inside of this engine, we have to drag it in tile by tile. Now, if you create a tiled sprite and you add one of your tiles, we don't want any of that. Oh my goodness. Choose a file, sprites, tile set, grass. Okay. If you make a tiled tile set, you can scale it infinitely, and it will keep it'll keep the, let me hide the grid. It'll keep tiling this. So let me change this tile to something else that you can see. But you can add in a tileable tile set if you select the tiling tile. And if you zoom in here, you can see very clearly that it's replicating the tile over and over and over again. And that's one tile, right? So now there we go. This is just one tile replicating itself every 16 by 16. Now, you could do it like that, and if you hold control, you can duplicate the item. So you can control and then drag it, and now you can create tiles this way. And that would work if you're like creating a side scroll or something, and you have like the top is grass, the bottom is something else. You could do it that way. But I'll switch over to another build of mine. No. What you're talking about is called auto tiling, where you can draw and it'll just assemble your tile set. And I can show you, like here in Rune Knight. Check this out. So let me hide the grid. You'll see that I've got a tile set in the background, and then I'm using tile sets that are scalable for this, and that works in platformers. And that's one way to do it. And then another one of the games that I've done and worked on is this one, my Tfue. And in Tfue, then there's Tfue, where I built an entire tile set like this and imported it. And then all you have to do, if you do it this way, is add collisions. And I'll show you where the collisions are. See? So let me put this back. So then what you can do is auto tile, but then you just have one box for collisions. And then you just draw that and hide it. So that way you have the tiles you're looking for and the collision spots you're looking for, but then all you have to do is assign it. So I can delete that. This is a faltering platform. Instead, we're going to add this block here, just like it automatically is. And again, you just make the collision tile auto scale. But you want to be able to paint your textures like this, is what I'm getting at, is what I think you want. You want to be able to drag, you want to draw your tile set. So what you can do is use, yeah. So GDevelop does not have that functionality, unfortunately. You could build the program. There is a, let me show you. In the templates, there is an auto tile. Let's go tile. Tile painter. Sprite tile map. Tile map's made. Where are you? But anyway, I use a program called LDTK. I'll just pull it up real quick. It's LDTK. It's created by the creators of. This was designed by one of the programmers who made Dead Cells. LDTK. So LDTK, I'll pull it up. It's loading an update. There we go. So I can show you the basics, but I'll show you the tower for the game that I'm working on. So what's really cool about this is once you learn how to set up this tiling program, and honestly, it's really easy. There's great tutorials online. You start out when you get a... I actually have a tutorial on how to do this on another one of my channels. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I've done this before. I think I have a tutorial for this. Let me go find it. Gotta switch accounts here. I think that's in my Down to Earth Studios. Where did I put that? I could have swore it was in here. Huh. I guess I didn't. Okay. So, what you can end up doing is you add the tile set that you made. So you add the tile set sprite, right? The tiles, you know how tile sets work, I'm sure. So here's the 3x3s, right? So here's all my tile set. And then once you configure that, you can go to your layers. You add a tile set layer. And let me edit the rules. So here you can see rules for number 1. When you go to edit rules, you can assign, so in caves, you then pick what tiles go into here. And so that way, when I'm drawing in my map section, let me go to my layers. Nope. Let me go to my tile set map. No, this is it. Okay, see how it says caves, castle, the tower? So when I'm working on something, we'll create a new level. New level. We'll move it over here. Doesn't really matter where we put it right now. When I'm drawing my level, if I'm in the caves, draw cave tiles. If I'm in the castle, draw castle tiles. If I'm in the tower, tower tiles, right? And then you have to just configure how each of those tiles is built using the tile mapper inside of the program. But once you have all of this in place, what makes LDTK so cool, so awesome, is that now I can export all of these as one map. And so when I go into when I go back into my game, Tfue, for example, and you see that this level is level 0. This one is level, I'm not sure, I think this is level 2. Let me grab it. Oh, it's currently I have it locked, so I can't grab it. But here it's level 2. And if I click on this, I can go down to the index and change it to index 1. I can change it to index 2. And that's the level when you export it. See? Now this is level 2. And so I can, let me control Z. Okay, that didn't work. We'll go back and set this to 0. The level 0. And now it went back to the right tile set. So when you import it, you import once you have your map in place, you go down here to tile map, just tile map. And then you upload the LDTK file, and when you save it, it also saves your atlas image. Your atlas image is very simply the same this. It's this. The tile set. So as long as there's no changes between these two, right, it'll automatically tile over. And what's really cool is then if you go in and let's say these tiles don't move and you add more tiles, you can then re-upload this here and it'll propagate whatever you got going on here. So if you do a change, you don't have to like go back and redraw the tiles. Once you upload it, it automatically refixes whatever that is. And so when you export it back into your game, all you have to do is change the atlas image and the load map. Or if you add more tiles, you keep the atlas the same. If you if you paint more tiles, so let's say I wanted to change this level, I could add some more tiles and then export it. But I wouldn't need to re-upload the atlas because I haven't added those textures into my sprite sheet, which is this. Because none of this has changed, and if I just want to re-change this, I just save this again, export it, which is literally, watch this. Worldview? Where's it at? Project settings. Save as. There it is. I just save that again. And then all I've got to do is go back into our game, upload it right here. And then it'll automatically update this. However, there's a catch to using LDTK. The catch is it works best when you make an offline project. Because when you create a map, this map, you bake in the location, the file location of this file. And when you upload it online in the cloud version of GDevelop, like when you save as a cloud save, so you can access it other places. As you'll see, here we have a bunch of games that I have that are in the cloud, and none of them use tiled or LDTK because the file, the way it saves, won't work properly. And so to solve that problem in a top-down game, we're generating tiles square by square when I build this format, and that's what we did in a previous version. And that's why I build it this way, because we're doing chunk loading, and in that case we need to render every single tile, every individual 16 by 16 tile. So there is 1024 tiles represented in here, where if you export it from, if you're not doing random generation and this was just a top-down game, you could generate this as one picture, so it's one giant sprite rather than 100 or 1024. And then you're loading one picture and not 1,000 per chunk. Your game performance will be much better than mine. And that's why my game slows down when I'm doing this. Well, and I could show you how to do random generation from room generation, like where each room is random. that stuff is actually relatively easy. There's great tutorials on how to do it too, but I'd be happy to show you. But anyways, guys, that's it for today's. We made some progress. We not only did we design an interior, which we're not quite done yet with, but we have the basics of an interior for our cargo. I'm actually going to make this one more. I lost my train of thought. We're now working on the inside of the bus, or the semi. And then, so let's hide this now. And then we also added our UI elements. We're working on those, adding in new buttons and things for our game. And we're going to start integrating and polishing what we have. Off stream, I changed the radish sprite. We're no longer going to be using this sprite. I've redrawn them to look like this to include the new format of shading that we're doing. Or I say I am, we, but me. Yeah, we're just going to keep polishing. We're going to, we spent that first week making all those features, and now we're going to flesh them out and make them stronger and better and make the game come together in the art, which means adding in pause menus, adding in loading screens, and so that way the map will load while we're loading and not in real time while we're playing. Yeah, I think so too. The radish really does pop. And now the animation can be that the radish is like bouncing on its little stem versus walking with legs. Yeah, I mean, so we've got our outhouse to make poop so that we can have fertilizer to feed our plants. I'm changing the way that trees work. So now, when the game first starts here pretty soon, once I'm done with these polishes, the trees won't be there. You'll have to grow the trees, and trees generate oxygen. So the goal here, this is a prototype. This looks crazy. You can't really tell what's going on. So from now we're gonna start with the crash site, and there's an emergency oxygen bubble that's created for you, and all of this will be like the blue ground, right? And then outside of that is barren planet, nothing there. And because it's a sphere, right? Spheres are, well, circular, right? So we've got kind of this going on. Quarters, and it's rounded, right? So you're going to start essentially right here. And then each one of these zones goes from a danger of 1 to a danger of 3 on the outside. And so technically, this would be a 3, 3, 3, 3 because it's 4-dimensional, or sorry, 3-dimensional. Or yeah, it'll be 3D effectively because it's a planet, right? So this goes around, and if we cut up the world in chunks, we end up with something that kind of looks like this. It will. So let me show you. So basically, we're going to flip this. And then I'm going to delete the black so I can move this around for a minute. And so effectively, it'll be this shaped. Because you got to think about it like we're going to cut a circle out. Imagine cutting a tennis ball into chunks where we chop it like this. And then we have the exact same thing on the backside, right? And so this is a panel, and this panel is connecting to the panel on the other side that completes this loop, like I was saying before. So then if we went here, this would then effectively come out like this, until we got back to the narrow triangular shape, right? Until we had that. This is a terrible example, good lord. We end up having this triangular shape, but it's two pieces, right? It's like this is split in half. And so so this zone over here is going to be 1. So this is 1, and this is 1 in the center. This is 3. So then at this corner, if we keep doing that, this becomes a 3, a level 3 zone, connected by a level 3 zone, connected by this level 3, and this level 3. This zone is going to be so dangerous. This zone, so dangerous. This zone, this zone, this zone, this zone. And so now we're scaling our game based on difficulty, on tiers, right? So the closer you are to the center, the easier the game is. So when you first start out, there is no trees. And you have to plant your trees to grow your oxygen bubble so that you can breathe. When you leave your oxygen zone, you start suffocating because you don't have tethers yet. So at the beginning of the game, you spawn at your truck, and you have to pick up basic debris, which is going to be scattered in that zone. It's where the old gumball machine rests. And so you have your player, and you can go inside of your ship, and you're going to find the things you need to build your basic tools on the planet. You're going to go in here, craft what you need, and then you're going to leave. And you're going to go find where the other pieces of your ship landed. And so what we're going to do, though, is, and kind of to explain what's going on up here, is you have your starting zone, which now I'm going to scale down. Here's your starting zone. Somewhere around your ship in, let's say, a north east direction within 200 tiles is going to be the next zone. So you know it's going to be somewhere between your ship and this within a certain number in a radius. Right? And so what happens is if this is oxygen and then this is oxygen, you're going to have all this barren nothing except for details from the planet. And so we can do, let's say, tier 1 resources are green. Tier 2 resources are blue, yellow. And tier 3 resources are red. Tier 1 resources will spawn in that initial bubble. Tier 2 resources start spawning beyond that zone with tier 1 resources. That gets scarcer. There's less tier 1, more tier 2. And we add another tier. And then there's mostly tier 2 and some red. And then we do that one more time. And everything beyond that is red. Now, because of how we're chopping our planet up, if we continue with this model, and this is a full circle, on the back side of this, there will be red. Now there'll be orange zones with green. And then there will be a green zone at the very end, the very back here. Just like there is here. Because the center of this planet, this zone is a circumference on, our radius on the planet. And so by doing this, we end up getting like, if we take this concept and only apply it to this zone here, and we shrink the way that this works, then on the back side, we get the exact same thing. Like I was explaining before, right? So the back side is just a mirror of this. This zone is 3. This zone is 3. This right here would connect. This is also 3. And this is also 3 right here. But then there's a 1 right here. And then this is number 1. This is number 1. And this is number 1. This zone is all ones. But technically speaking, if we chop those cubes up, this could be a 2. And this could be a 3. And this one could be a 2. And technically this one could be a 1. If we follow this format like we rotate them, kind of like a D6. And so when we cut it up, there will be zones in the game that have, now if we think about a square, so they come together and they make a square, right? When they all connect, more or less. And if we think about these zones as this one is 1, this corner here, and then this, or we'll do it from the inside. So for each cube, we're going to mark green. We'll do it like this. Because we're actually dealing with a triangle, right? When we're talking about our game. And so if that happens, and we have a triangle, I'm trying to grab all this. This is nuts. Okay, we're just going to move this out. And we're going to just chop that off. We don't need this anymore. Give me black. All right, whatever. Okay. So now we have this. I'm going to move it to a new layer so I can remove the black permanently. Tired of it. Flip this around. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Come on. Control flip. Control flip. Flip it. Flip it, you monkey. Flip. Dance, monkey, dance. Flip. There we go. See what I'm saying? So now, if we keep this up, and we do this again here, and we do it, we'll rotate it this way. Then we have zones that have tier 1 and tier 2. And then if we continue this pattern, we'll get zones that are only like this, are only tier 3. And so as we continue this square structure, we end up with biomes that address, yeah, it's just like this. This works. This is a great example of how this would work. So now we have red in one corner, green, and then a mixture of this going on. So these two are green. And the more and more that they start connecting, we get these biomes, these ore spots where you might get a really good ore, and then we're gonna have, so green means like no mobs, but then if a red is there, we're gonna have no mobs from this square, but then we're gonna have difficult mobs in this other square. So so we're going to have areas that have, let's say that we're looking for stone, regular stone spawns here, but then in this red zone, a very special ore spawns. We'll call it like, we'll just do it like this, right? Make it gold or something. And then this has monsters in it, so we'll make them white in this case, these traveling monsters. They'll move in that zone. And so you'll have high-level monsters guarding basic stones. And then so on and so forth. So some zones, you'll get all green, and there will be no monsters. and some basic loot for you to pick up. And now your ship in this game falls, right? Falls from the sky. You get hit by a meteor, you land. So now we then add in, on top of all of that, we add in random locations based on distance to where the different parts of your ship fell. And so if we could then go back to this model, where this could be, this piece will land, because it's the first area, all in green. And so there'll be no monsters there, but there'll be some oxygen for you to collect and some basic minerals. If you plant trees here, you can grow the oxygen of that area. And eventually you're going to oxygenate the entire planet. And then you can leave the planet. And when you do, depending on the type of planet it is, you can get shipments of ore, of seeds, of whatever you want, because some planets you're going to travel to different planets, and they're going to have, some of them are going to be radioactive, some of them are going to be toxic, and you're going to have to deal with all of that. But that's like a rudimentary way of explaining how our generation is going to work. So we're no longer, right now we're generating, imagine that this cube is my map. I'm saying from one square, from, like, we are generating each of these tiles. When I generate my map, I'm telling it where to place each tile in a grid, and it's spawning in a square. I'm going to be changing it to a radius. And so it'll calculate how big it needs to be, and then round it out as it needs to be a circle. And then every time you add a tree, it adds oxygen. And every time oxygen is added, it'll slowly grow this by one circle. And you'll keep expanding. And then so you have more planting room. And going back to our game, right? No longer will it be square. All these trees will be gone because you crash land here. The map will be centered on this piece. So we can come back in here, go back to our game. Let's say this is all on the edge. So let's move this more towards our player. Start our game. Okay, I went too far. Move it backwards. Right? So our game, so our truck will be here, and then it'll be a circle around our truck. And the only seeds that we're going to start out with are trees. So everything escapes. You go inside here, and then it's going to load you into some sort of internal tile set. That's what we're working on, right? For the inside of the vehicle. And that's where your, like, printing machines, there'll be some storage in there, like chests, but instead they're going to be like seed bins. And the only thing that didn't escape was your trees, because your trees don't have life. They don't come alive like the other plants did or are. These are just standard trees. These are tier 1 trees. They'll get bigger and they'll drop more resources later on. But you can't even chop them down when you first get started. So you'll plant them, they'll start as little sprouts, they'll grow up into trees, and they'll grow bigger and bigger the more oxygen you have. And they'll produce more oxygen the bigger they get. Things can happen, your trees will get burnt down, things can attack your trees, but this area, and then once you leave, it'll go into that deserted, barren rock. And there'll be ore out here for you to collect, debris, and then you'll move to a new oxygen area where a type of plant has escaped, and they have rooted themselves into their own format. So you got to go there, collect them, bring them back, fight them, whatever you have to do to get the components you need from them, and then come back to your ship and expand. And eventually you'll fix your ship and get off the planet. So that's the game scope. We're just keep working towards that. We've got made some good headway today, and we're just going to keep working on the art. So thank you guys so much for stopping in. I had a great time. Hopefully you learned something, and I'll see you guys on the next one.